Okay. Finally starting Dawntrail. Well, I guess I technically started, but not the MSQ. Ojika Tsunjika has a message for you. Welcome back, Phil. I just had a word from Aaronville. It seems he managed to secure passage to Tyrol on board of the guild ship vessel. Why don't you just wait in the main hall while I go in and inform your travel companion? It should only take a moment. Ojika gave us the good news. We made ready to set sail at the moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Aaronville himself. Ah, you're all here. Took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's guild ship has granted us place aboard a vessel bound for Tyrol. There'll be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. It's fine, Aaronville. I doubt anyone expected we'll have a ship to all to ourselves. We're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we will be doing in Tyrol, yes? Not forgotten. A nation of Turiolo is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to welcome Dawnservant. In addition to that, Alphinaud and I have another objective. As part of the reconstruction, Garlemald seeks way to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tyrol, we'll hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, as sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilzabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. We can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You want to find out about your grandfather, right, Kryle? Yes. As far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawnservant. Yeah, oddly enough, we have no records of the investigation in our archives and nothing to explain an earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, the reason both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you should not... you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the third promise has command that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Make you a Dawnservant by standing here and talking about it? That's what they tell me. Right, then. If all still committed to the journey, then I say we will make ready to depart. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the board call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Oh.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough, disappointing me so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
Kind of far away from the ship for being all
I trust
aboard.
You have everything you need. And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
That's dangerous, Waklamat.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
Okay, I think the music is a little too low. Oh, they really do go to South America. The fabric looks so good now.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
That box still looks like shit, though.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
But the lighting is so much nicer.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own. Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
God, it is already pretty high. Can feel the edge pull start to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? I wonder if we'll ever get to see like this scene again. Okay. Okay, Tim. I don't know what you mean by that, but sure. Oh, this is my first visit to Tural. Fongitane's the name. I worked for Times Aesthetics in Ulda. You see, my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. Told the Dawn servant, welcome to all, regardless of origin, and so Tural seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Hey, big lizard man. Okay, dude. I see you in Azorzia before. You great and famous hero. I had enough of playing this simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Erosians coming to Tural, it's becoming impractical. A little bit. I didn't do like 15 today because like from yesterday my legs were somewhat sore, so I didn't want to like destroy it. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warbands have fallen, so we head home to lick our wounds. My story? Well, since you asked, I want to retrace the historic journey of the great Kettenram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot to Tyrol almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja leader is said to have welcomed Kettenram with open arms and sent him home with the bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back, potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across the Eorzean like wildfire. His great adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tale says Kettenrams returned to Tyrol several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. Oh. Then even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end as testimony to the ocean's peril. I wonder if this is going to be relevant later. Aaron was looking for a passenger in Turiolo, so I managed to squeeze his party abroad. Oh. As a fortune would have it, we just scheduled an expedition to Tyrol. An adventurer, I presume. I'm a merchant myself, based in Olda. Specialty imports and exports. Eorzean and Tyroli both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. It's not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead of names of certain clans. For the Mikotes, the Hestaros, the Hrothgar, the Sprawls. Not because every member is given a clan of the same race, but because many individuals said race are associated within that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. God, but your clothes look so much nicer than like so many other people. Looks so much velvety. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray that there will be no need for it. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next to the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants of the right of succession, our young Wuklamot being one of them, of course, but from the Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders, not too many keen to risk their own coin on the third promise. You know, there's not a whole lot of people on this ship. We could have fit like maybe 50 times more people. Did you learn anything of interest? I haven't heard about the clan names. We should have Wuklamot and Erenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here now. Let's all gather in the cabin.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tyrol, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Chitona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Oh dear.
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Every time.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since.
Oh yeah? Wasn't it like this like 10 years ago when we had to fight Leviathan?
The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning.
Oh, so that's why in like the previews.
What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
But well, they were on the sail by themselves.
Threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural.
So
In
dark.
retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Damn, super exposed. Oh, bird. That means that there's land nearby.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Can't be much farther now, can it?
I mean, we see birds. He must be pretty close.
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Damn, they got some sharp corals.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Oh, easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Oh, shiny. Damn, that's a very sharp turn that they had to take.
gods. I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
I swear to God, like Alphina like really stands out of everybody because of his gear.
Forms we should fill out or...
It's so high quality compared to everybody else.
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Yeah. You got a problem with that?
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will
Thanks.
not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Yeah, why don't we have walks like this? Walking animation that's actually walking animation instead of a march. Well, despite the storm's effort and the contrary, we're here we are, safe and sound. Anytime by speaking to this. Amazing city is living in Ul'dah is even more colorful. According to Erenville, the Vanu and Aitha belonging to a clan known as the Hanu. Seems like they share more of a physical resemblance. Oh. Wonder what kind of trouble those soldiers are expecting. I don't care about you, Erenville. While being on solid ground has improved Woklamat's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Right then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rites of succession begins. No arguments here. I should be very much like to explore. And I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in that condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering why these strange forks were. So the third promise has found herself new followers then. Followers. Buklamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick, no sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me with win the right of my succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of a third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Brazilians have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're just easy to approach. And I enjoy as much as when you do. Please, don't ever worry about you're a bother to me. Very kind. Good day to you, third promise. They did have a point. Lamad is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station, surrounded by many outsiders, bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? Suggest we move to two groups as to attract less attention. Second, ignoring me then? You and crowd, come with me. We'll be in touch once we had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. You have enough time for that. Enjoy your wandering. Okay. We have time enough for that. Okay. Enjoy your wandering. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wuklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. You know, I'm not like the biggest fan of her outfit because it just looks kind of weird that it's not like draping off from the back anymore. And she's still wearing it as a hood, and it's like long sleeved. It's fine now, really. I can't stand all day feeling sorry for myself. What's with the contest looming and all? Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Aaronville already mentioned the reefs of our coastal waters, which explains why you don't need any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Only small fishing boats and barges ferry cargo up and down the river from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic's from Yuktural in the southern landmasses. The clans there reproduce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stall in the neighboring market. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be your next stop. Okay. Yeah. Oh wow. The bottom part of the hair is much more prominent now. Wandering around the city is exciting, unfamiliar wonders wherever we look. XIV is Turiolo's biggest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to import wares go directly on the shelves. Anything you want, they mostly have. Oh right, I should mention that here in Turiolo, we buy things with Pel, a currency that Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trades is coming in from Eorzea, so more shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wachumeki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for a long time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit and northward up the stairs on a certain plaza. Can't wait to see the look on your faces. Yeah, this way. It may be bustling now, but in about half a year, this place is gonna look dead. Oh no, it's getting cloudy. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have an Aetheryte in Turiolo? I think I told you before, but my brother, Koana, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought us back a knowledge of an Aetheryte construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once and built one immediately. Did you do a tuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we head down again and up the slope on the side, right up to the top of the gate, which leads to Zakturao. Let's make it to the top of Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters of the Land Guard. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up to the sides of the mountain, as you can see. Though the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Running up and down these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Woklama gets her endless endurance. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Torioro and preserving the for peace. The Lands Guard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago when Zoralja took over the commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn servants in martial strength. Meanwhile, I have even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brother and their accomplishments later. Alphanol and Alize should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time to show you the Skygate. It's right north end of Talon March. Jesus, this map is kind of big. At least it's not divided anymore. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to March. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yakui. Strictly speaking, Toral is actually two separate continents, Yaktoral and southern lands of the mother, and Zaktoral. The northern lands of the father, which lies beyond the bridge. And I can't see shit because it's foggy! Legends say it is used to be one great landmass, but long ago, two gods fought titanic battle. And when one threw the other and to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. I can't see shit! I can't see the other side! A familiar sounding tale I put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Zaktoral, those lands are also part of the Turiolo nations, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tyrol had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to the myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. How do you do that, though? And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspiration. Crossing the bridge to Yaktoral requires a special travel pass. Oh, damn it. We need visas? Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the rite of the successor is over. Promise to get you one when I'm a Dawn servant, but until then, we'll just have to wait. I wish we... Oh. I wish we were there right now. Be patient, I swear. That once the throne is mine, the travel permit is yours. You must have covered half the city by now. Tyrol is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm truly enjoying myself. Book Lamont is ready to commence the second half of the Turiolo tour. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. Yeah, dirigible too? Turiolo certainly doesn't want the methods of travel. Wait, what the hell was that? I saw a line here. We get by now. If you've seen enough of this area, let me know. Yeah, there it is again. I don't know if you see it. Continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak to us. Speak if you see something that interests you as we walk. Damn it. No point in taking those things. I have to actually walk down there. Well, at least, you know, at least she's like more involved in the game with the adventure now. I'm still struggling to conceive how one can construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. It was originally a site of Yokhui's temple. The giant built it when they were first making the bridge to Saktural to appease the gods who slumber in the great ocean trench. After Yokhui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Turao. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the house they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we will be passing through Splendid Quarters, the biggest residential district in Turiolo. We climbed these set of the stairs here, all the way up. Don't tell me these are residential houses. There's no doors. Oh man, it's foggy and it's night. Papa's place is called Shunsa, which roughly translates to invisible resilience. Probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what the carvings at the top represents. Ah, what a view. Fog. I'll get that later. The same thing happened to me in Elpis. When I first entered Elpis, I saw nothing but fog. And I was like, I don't see anything that's majestic. So this is the Resplendent Quarter, and what matter if people live here? Oh, we have residents from Yogg-Toro clans. Mamulja, Zabirao. What's up, Panda? Shabarl, the Pelu Pelu, Goblin, Hanu Hanu. Hello, DS88 Killer. We also have... We have Tonawauta Hesaro and Shetona, who moved south from the ancestor lands of Shaturao. Oh my god, these names. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Turao. A true representation of Turialo's diverse characters that add adornment of each building contribute to each eclectic cultural aesthetics. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad to think so. Come, we come down the stairs. What is it? The big drum there is called the... Where's the drum? Oh, it's called the Dawn Herald. They play it for the formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from the dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped my skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think it was time. It was the time when Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would even use to beat such an instrument? Okay, at least these things have doors. God, when I passed by the first residential building, I was like, so where are the doors? Wait, how the hell do I get over there? Look, alpacas! I don't need it right now. I just wanted that exclamation mark to disappear from your head. And here are the dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear out the nations use airship to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Turiolo. You have them for the exact same reason that the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Sharlayan, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontiers communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arcs of the Dawn awaits. Oh, well, since I'm here, I might as well get that Ethernet. Jeez, this place is large. I hope one day we'll be able to, like, come to these places and it's going to be filled with people almost all the time. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Yokturel Land Gate, but when Papa found Turiolo, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Though the gate is Kozamauka, the wetlands south of the city, depending on what right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozamauka, the name along is intriguing. Speaking of which, where are those fluffy animals we passed earlier? The alpacas.
Those are alpacas. Fearsome, four-legged fiends. Fearsome, they seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kyle. You'll soon learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I found something far more important to show you. Come along. What the hell is up with this line? I see these lines from time to time. Those pillars that Wokalon wanted to show us. Oh. I guess the night view. I think this will look a lot better if it wasn't cloudy. If you wish to learn the history of Turiolo, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Regards the stone pillars' curiosity. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see that there's something much more interesting. Okay, this better be voiced. But I guess it will be. It's lore! Man, they did a good job making this look, like, historic. And it's still part of this world. Oh no, it's not voiced! Pictures. No, wait, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories. And you found them featuring a two-headed Mamolja. Oh, and this must be... That's right, it follows the exploits of my father, Galu Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Turiolo Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. Yeah, there it is again. There's that line. There's no better way to learn how Turiolo came to be. Suddenly came... As long as you like. Hold on. Let me see if it's not my monitor. Oh. That's new. The pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts a scene where Papa granted an audience of the foreign explorer, Ket something, I can never remember the name. You mean Ketem Ram? Oh, that's the one. Ketem Ram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said that he grew to be close friends, the brother in spirit, if not in blood, but no one knows what becomes the explorer in later years. Keraram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then he assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is a story when Papa visited the Hanu Hano in their village of Kozama Uka. The people of Alphen are almost mistook for Vanu Vanu. It's not for the colorful plumage, but he spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so I'm not I'm no surprise he took an interest into your countrymen. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a snipping screenshot to see if it's actually... Yep, it's actually appearing on my screenshot too. Wait, what did he say? Our Hanus are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold us one festival every year and famous and a lot of fun. Concept delay repass. It can, as you can probably tell, the figure depicted here are the Sprawl like me. For the decades, Sprawl and the Mamoja were at war for control of the forests of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end the conflict has since been hailed as the first step of the founding of Turiaro. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Bolges known as Helions. In their societies, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Turao, Zambro's men and women appear to be equal status. How dramatically culture has varied with location. Let's see. This one is Lay of Pots, which is speak the moblins of Kozama Uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standards when it comes to gift giving. Clearly, the Vanus aren't the only people with distant Turialo counterparts. If you're done with the first half, we can move to the second. Lay of Gold. Lay of Gold. The pillar shows of the Pelu Pelu. Those homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created a currency, Pelus are rightly known as the merchant clan. They oversee Turialo's merchants as their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Turao. Don't let their size fool you. They may be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. This one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle of the legendary Turao Vindral Vilgamar Manda. I should explain that Turao Vindral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened in preternatural power. Tataru described as the Far Eastern spice in similar fashion. This could be the same phenomenon. Valley Garmanda itself was dubbed as Sky Ruin, a name earned as the destruction of terror as it visited on Turao every time it stirred from its slumber. 80 years ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After the great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vindral and seal the way of the Urkopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valley Garmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Turialo national emblem and adorning its banner at the palace. The Lay of Proof. The big fellow is of the Yokhui, the largest of Turao's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yokturao. Having brought the southern reaches of Hio, they then turned to northward, setting the sights of Zakturao, and recalled the massive bridge they built beyond the Sky Gate. Sometime after launching the northern campaign, however, they just gave up and abandoned the lands they conquered and with drew into the mountains of Urquepacha. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was the people with the power and resourcefulness of to raise temple on the mountaintops and build a bridge across the sea with stone. That would move them renounce their ambitions in the city of Torali history. This one is unmarked. Said he left a bank pillar next to the chapter of Toriala's history, whatever that may be. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there seeing I couldn't keep down for a while, but now I'm ready to eat again. Let's go have ourselves a bite of local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I don't know why, but during cutscenes, there's like this line that shows up here. It's kind of annoying. Oh shit, something's happening here. Have you ever had tacos? They're Toriolo's classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from the corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. Shop and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here in Spiles Tiles Best. I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order of Brooks Fuel. I was just down there. Oh, now there's voice acting.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scales are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye, and now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors of the city. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
I had tacos yesterday.
Oh.
Dang.
Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh, no.
I don't know these ones. New salt. Dredge from foreign waters.
Oh wow, he's like a chameleon.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor. Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
Damn, what is this guy's
I know
problem?
my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiolan. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
Man, those movements were pretty natural.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
I was looking forward for trying some authentic Toriala cuisine, but we should hurry up and join Alphinaud and others at the palace. It's a bit of a climb at the top, but you can head up from the resplendent quarters or even eastern side of Talon Marsh if you prefer. Now we have an idea on how the city's laid out, let's find our own way to Vokshunsa. I'm gonna guess I didn't get that eighth right. Yeah. Oh crap, this place is very dynamic. How do I get up there? God damn, that's a lot of stairs. Wow, look at this place. Made it good, and we're all here. Still hungry to eat a whole roasted calabri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Several cutscenes it is. I planted the twins from the city the best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult, and invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them run down an alley to investigate. It's just like a herding of pair of unruly curials. I understand it all too well. Charlene's had the same effect on me. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. That's a big ass door. How did they open that? Damn, that's crazy.
Estinian? When did he get here?
More to the point, why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That would do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tyrol.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
Oh no, I bet he overpaid for it
You
too.
witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant.
Wow, got a name change?
I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their mettle, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Wait, already?
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends. The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to the always for inspiration. The right of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Ah, though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Toroll and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
The City of Gold. Or have I heard that before?
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Are you for us proof, my unbroken word? For I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyollal. I traveled the lands of Toroll with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
God, this hall is ridiculously large. Oh, these were all from the pillars.
The Tuliyollal saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
You know, I think that makes a culture interesting. Having more of these
A
things.
few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja as successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest.
But how is he gonna do that?
And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Kryl Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf.
From Final Fantasy V.
Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian,
Damn.
I will
They're
find
giving
your
her a
Golden
huge
City.
task undertaking.
Thank you for hearing my petition.
Damn, now we have to win.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Oh shit. A lot of NPCs.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I think it's more of a curiosity thing for her.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil. The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landscape. Saralja, the Palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
God, trying to remember these names is going to be a pain in the ass.
Is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of the soul's features and the head of reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Man, how come I didn't see that? How come she got to see that?
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's our corner. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
I swear to God, his gear is so much nicer than like everybody in my team.
He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
I have a feeling this guy isn't as bad as he appears to be right now. I'm gonna expect like a bait and switch of it happening.
Finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Damn.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
So technically, segregation and racism. Nobody's there to cheer for Wuklamat.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turali way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone. I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Let me guess, it's gonna be nighttime when it hits here. Yep. There's so much more brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. I have to work with the 7 tablets and the connection to the Turiolo saga. I suggest the first comparing the tablets against the pillars. We should check in for any discrepancies between them. Which ones did I not get? Oh. That makes everyone. Wuklamat, the tablet would, of course. Everyone has a tablet, and let's compare them with the respective pillars. Keep an eye out on the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? Dawn Servant said that we were to retrace the path we walked in uniting Tural's people, that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answers here in front of us. Papa's path all laid out in Tural's saga. The events of the glyph portrayed. Do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we should go there and search for the elector. That would confirm that we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There was also the Lay of Gold, the one involved in Pelu Pelu's village, which is about the same distance from here. If we're going anywhere, we should ask around about the roads ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city around the storm as we passed through the seas. Apparently it ravaged Yoktural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. It is information we need. Just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. It would be prudent to ensure that we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to accommodations I've arranged. Oh, none of the names here are like some people I recognize. Must be like old, like people who just hang around like Ulda or Redania. That's right, the reservation's under Woklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you finish organizing your gear, I should be able to meet outside. Balyav Taye? Greeting visitors of Turyala. Welcome to the Four-Rod Cabins. Whenever you're ready, I'll show you to your rooms. Wait, this is the inn? Wait, actually, I'm curious to see what it looks like. Oh. It's like the Maldives. Oh, okay, so it's there. Okay, so those are the in rooms. Oh, don't tell me she's out getting tacos. Trust you be the keenest to head out for you. Where are Aaronville and Wicklamutt, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companion be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get that than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking of visiting. Give you credit for taking initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Before we begin, there's doubtless that the other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Oh, what? Link pearls? What's this? Yep, link pearls. This is called link pearls. A gemstone harvests from special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? Is that a handy thing to have? It's very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. Should speak first, do you think? In the clothes, the Hanus are remarkably similar to the Vanu, aside from those brilliant feathers, of course. Turiolo Saga features a number of Tural's clans, two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, which settlements relatively closely to the city, so I brought the representatives of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanus are the cheerful people who love their festivals. They take their appearances in the Lay of Reeds in their home village, Okhanu. It's located in Kozama-uka. The other small fellow is the one of the Pelus, a clan of business-minded folk from Rukopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and crafts all kind of marvelous goods in Wachupelo, their village. I swear to God, the names of these places. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put an adventurer's instinct to work, pick up our destination. Prevent you from accepting quests from the other approachable Pelu and vice versa. The second quest path will become when once you have completed a series of quests from the first path. Furthermore, story elements will not be affected by your initial choice paths. Okay. I might as well. So, what is it like to know? The road to Okanu goes south through the Arch of the Dawn and follow the road which runs alongside Kozama Uka's river. Is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tells me the recent storm has rendered paths even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse than the destructions visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festivals is in danger of being called off this year. If you still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing. Thank you. Now I'm worried of the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by the storm. Anyways, if we're bound for Kozama Uka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink to fill your... It's all been arranged. I'm not even gonna bother saying the name. Oh, okay. Well, we all ready to leave? Open the way.
Kosamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Guess it's not as glorious to come here at night.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
Man, I keep coming to these places at night during a foggy day.
Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. Told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
There's no stopping the third promise, is there? Good thing she has Erenville to keep her from getting lost. For all this grumbling, He's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Everyone has arrived, and none the worst of wares, except for the certain third promise who slipped into the mud despite my explicit warning. Anyways, this is Hanu Village I was telling you about. Okay, Hanu? Well, we should seek out the Dawn Service Elector. It's like our friend said, people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume that they're recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find the Elector. Oho Kali. It's a Hanu's greeting. Surely you heard of it last time you were here. I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings from the third promise and her entourage. I, Zanu Hali, welcome you to Okehanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilled the duties of electors during the rite of succession. So our idea about the electors was correct. Just do as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat from to test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we were not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feat, you know, prepare ourselves. Surprisingly prudent of you. You think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed and all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to deceive action, so I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all of the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained in his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn Servants you've seen thus far. We'd like you to speak for the head of reasons one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Okanu then. Do some groundwork before the feats begin. Something like that, I mean. I could possibly pass the test with my eyes, though. That'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Loklamat has the right of it, as Elder Zanu Hali is a resident of the village. Learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Aaronville, Alice, and Cryo could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Loklamat and myself will handle the northern half. Sounds good to me. Oh, gemstone trader. Nothing of import right now. Let's attune here for now. Oh, they like to keep it a distance from people. Oh, yeah, they really do want to keep it at a distance from people. What is this? The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm. Powerful winds. Repair appears to be ongoing. You heard of the storm. I've never seen like it before. With the supplies and help of the Dawn servants, and we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But the roofs and the walls can be patched, but there's so much else that was lost for good. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. The storm broke more than the woods and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. What would I be looking at from here? Oh wait, no, I'm not even going to be looking at anything. It's right here. Dry shrunken bundles suggest reeds were harvested some time ago. Damn, look at that thing. Woven from reeds, the boat-like vessel, resemblance of a bird, the beak and feather tail and particular standing out. Must be woven from the same reeds I've gathered into the bundles here and there. The plants hold both particle and cultural significance to the Hanu then. Hello, can you hear me? Told they're ready to receive us. Now, come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. Have to hurry over too. After this, I'm gonna use the restroom.
No sign of Zorolja, or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Zorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga.
Onukanu.
In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat
Man,
of
she was
Reeds is
very
begun.
calm when saying that.
Parents, I wish you the best of luck.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. easier to help solve the Hanu Hanu's woes. Not the first thing about the farming, but there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, and we're gonna go find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. The nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and deduce the cause of their poor condition. Will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Oops. Northeast. Oh, well, I guess I'll get there when I get there. And stand back, I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength, let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. Describe the reed appeared wilted and unhealthy. Water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh to clear at the curiosity glance. The soil and patties, as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry or nor flaky. Small frag catches your eye. Strangely this skull, it doesn't even bother to hop even when it eventually scurries away. Seen enough, I'll call everyone together. No, not voiced. What do you think? What do you think? Any obvious problems? The frog, dead weeds. Water looks to be in good quality as the muds which the reeds have been planted. Frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures live among them. Invisible to the naked eye, but polluting the water. We need an alchemist to know for certain. I'm an alchemist! I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurred to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, could help but be reminded that all the listless villagers, they suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there's another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanus are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It is an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only be compounded with their woes. So I say that we help them put on their festivals, give them a reason to cheer with these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Right? Fail to see the relationship between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things could be seem unrelated, can prove later to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining, I suppose. Besides, this is Wook Lamont's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds. Oh yeah, I saw that. In that big building in the north, let's go see it. Much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Should I go get it? Southeast. Okay, well, I guess I'll get to that when I get there. This is the float I remember. Doesn't it appear somewhat damaged to you? We will take a closer look. One of the bird's eyes seem to be missing a gemstone. How would they lift this great vessel without all the carrying poles intact? tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter than last time I saw them. Well, I think we can all agree that this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. What's going on here? You're admiring your festival float. It's a shame it's in poor state due to the recent storm, I gather. We have leave its exploits while we ushered our people to safety. With the boats in this condition, we can there can be no lifting of wings. Ihihi Hana, that's what the festival was called. I want to help you hold it. We've not seen our village. Our homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold Harvest Festival? I know how it sounds, but giving your misery never improved anyone's situation. The celebration of life and growth may help give you strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leaders is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need aboxia for the missing eye, uyu ipo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen and adorn the tail. Two of these I know. Aboxia is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and uyu ipo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is the victor of the competition in which these contestant seas can blow their feathers to further using the wind magic, and that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We'll soon exhaust by efforts and having no reeds to eat only by making it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated, and if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival floats. Oddly enough, we have our subtle upon our solution. The winds chosen would necessarily have a natural gift by manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used to arcane equipment, as well as the timber flavored as ceremonial tools. The demand of such specific materials must have underlying reasons. Continue. Imagine you already reached the same conclusion, but I believe this boat of reed is in fact arcane focus of some kind. Focus for what? A harvest festival, isn't it? It must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops, so we repair the boats and hold the festivals. Arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. You won't know until we try. Sounds theory, celebration prayer, ritual ceremonies. These have been known for illicit miraculous effects. The float, a tool for magic. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it will not have been. After a good harvest year, there will no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work in ardent hopes for a brighter future. Though years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival floats into focus of harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like the solution of all your woes, and I promise we'll do everything in our powers to help you. Still not convinced about the focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He'd replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so I should know where and how to procure what we need. Allow us to cure the feathers. We will encourage the people to gather the vial of the title of the Wind Chosens by sharing them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I'll carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. The three of us will visit the shipwrights then. Not without me, if I worked hard to fix the float the best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Lin Shu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu, and certainly let's all go together. Thanks to Will Clement, we find ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said about following one's instincts. We should take you to the shipwright. His name is Book Evu. He's a brawl who only moved to Kozama Uka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so be sure to offer him a proper Hanu Hanu greeting. We don't want to offend him right before asking a favor. Go to the east here. Okay, this is Okbipe, the village of all who drifts to Kozama Uka from Toriolo and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Woke Evu, he lives and works in the House of Waters, high on top of the large tree nearby. Follow me, I should warn you, to climb up the stairs can be challenging. It's okay, I'm not going to be doing the walking, my chocobo is.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Oh, Kali!
Oh, Kali! brought your manners with you. When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before.
You're Wook Lamont.
Oh, what an unexpected honor for old XIV. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
I will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, all right?
All right then. Consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
Man, she is thinking
We're actually
like
here about
the most
Ishiyama
rational
float.
one.
It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
Abokisha.
That I
Okay.
do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit. What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo.
Uyuipo.
We can
God
leave the
damn it,
Abukisha to
dude.
your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then. Let's get moving.
Man, some of these, like this dialogue pacing, it felt kind of weird.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Hyana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Cave Kikyu Tola is southwest of Okano. We can return to the village first and head there on foot. Is there anything nearby here? Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. It's great. The only problem is right now is the sometimes in the cutscene there's like this black line that just appears like if it's like a static image like this, right? And there's like no movement, like, you know, when the characters are moving, sometimes the like this random black bar would just like, it's a very thin one. I don't know if you don't watch it in full screen, you'll probably not see it, or if as a viewer you'll probably not see it. But if you put it on full screen, you'll probably see like this weird black line that, like, if there's no movement there, it will just appear. It's very thin, but it's there. It's not 1 pixel thin, it's like a few pixels wide. You can spot raw. The only problem right now for me with this game is it's really hard to pronounce some of these things, like that. Abokisha. You can spot raw Abokisha by the green hue glimmer. I know how to pronounce that because it was voiced like just moments ago. But yeah, I guess we're in Central America because a lot of the theming here is like pretty like, what do you call it? Kind of like Mexican and the Mayanish. And I know we're gonna be going to like some cyberpunk city, because they kept mentioning that in the live letters. You can spot raw Abokisha by the green hued glimmer. I'm probably going to be on for quite some time. Yeah. Wait, crazy hard. Bringing anything matching that description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave, then. You take the west half, and I'll take the east. Yeah, and then I have to find all the 147 yawns to the west. Yeah, well. Yeah, but then... On closer inspection, you'll find the glimmer you spy was just light reflecting off the water. Oh. Oh, yeah. Another thing that I kept running into in this game was every time I go... when they're trying to show me something like a wide shot of like a vista during a cutscene, like when I first entered here, or when when I first entered the new city, it was a cloudy day, and they was like saying, "Wow, what a wondrous place," and I'm like, I can't see shit because it's so cloudy. I came at a bad time. Oh, there it is. Okay, these are not aggressive. These help you make you fly eventually. Get enough of them and you'll add these things. I need to get 10 of these and do 5 quests so I can fly. Southwest, okay. Guess I'm gonna go there eventually. I picked over the ground near the entrance but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? This is for the eye, right? Yeah, this is Abokisha. Along the crowd's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. That's it? The stone you've brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. I'm pretty sure there would have been more than one in there. We could have just brought back like at least 10. I've been happy to know that we're putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be a festival leader for this year's Ihihana. But this is the big storm hit. He said he did not survive. He did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That's why you agreed to Woklamat's request despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurts to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize the path of my recovery. Our recovery is already laid out before me, and I will walk it for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please rest assured we'll take into your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festivals. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Abokisha to Evu's waiting hands. Oh, that's so far. And check this out. When you turn, it tilts now. Look at that tilt. Okay. That is really far. Oh wait. Oh wait, it actually was up there. God damn it. Thank you for the third promise. Thank you to the third promise and her mighty swings. We collected some suitable logs for Uyu Ipo. That was the what of the Apokisha? Yes, these are excellent samples of good quality too. At this stage, you likely surmise that the lifting of wings encourages the crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now, get to work crafting these pieces to the flow. I could be an assistant versed in arcane arts to enhance the Uyu Ippo's conductivity. And I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. Oh. Just teleport back. I think that Uyu Ippo was a trial in itself. At first, Evu criticized everything I did, and he suddenly yelled, "I spoken ill of the third promise," and punished myself and proceeded to slam his head into the tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. He's seen the poles and the new eye. Now that we have to wait for the feathers from the twins. Before the festival gets underway. Should get some rest before the excitement begins. Over there by the float, isn't it the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feats of reeds by reviving Ihihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that she will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, I mean, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much for a young Clements. Okay, wouldn't be too quick to counter Koana out. The friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds. Something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll go see another of his innovations firsthand. That sounds like Koana. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think upon the solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festivals can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. Should seen it, he called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Moms. Turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it is look. Poor Aaronville twirled in the air for a moment before it landed on his foot. I'm a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've belonged the wood and gemstones replacement crafted by Wook Evu, and that's left is to attach them. Someone decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised he couldn't even fit in the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. Must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant this time. However, I have another in mind. Who is it? Beloved Ihihana, the lifting of wings. It'll only be because of you and your companions, thus I might nominate you, Wook and our guest of honor. Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. I mean, she does get seasick, right? The white anchor, I can hardly refuse to request from even one more enthusiastic about the festival to send me. I will be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wook. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival floats in a slow procession towards Kozanuakli, where the sacred likeness of Kishaihi is ensconced. What I'd like to do is clear the passes of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit until Wook Evu has finished on the float? Let me come along and help with the cleaning. I'm not much for fighting. I'll just stay and assist Wook Evu with the repairs. If you are unsure where you need to go, the path I spoke begins with the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the stride of the sun. You shall see clearing it end to end. Lin Hasu said Kozanukli should be down this way and off to the east when the path branches, and something about the bridges of strides of the sun. Anyways, let's split up and get to work. Once you call the threads you can find, we'll meet up in front of Kihaihi. Oh shoot, you're here? You were a step ahead of us. Must be the likeness of XIV, the Hanu deity of the harvest. I was half expecting a flying whale. A whale of all things. Anyways, it is said that Xai was here to worship another continent. The faith, ancient faith was then brought to Tyrol by the first Hanu. Migrated here from another continent, and perhaps the two do share common ancestors. This is very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to the new Hanu? We'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. To ride on the flow, I'll run ahead and tell them we're done here.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
Authoritarian.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again!
Ihihana?
This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Wow, the sound was actually really good and menacing.
Into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us.
But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts.
Lucky for you. Eh?
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
So weird to have birds have like an expression. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against the two-head, I may have not been there at all. You should stand your ground and brought us time. We need to make it back. You were incredibly brave. Spread word that the festival will soon be held. I'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence to the festival, however, we would like the courtesy to inform the villagers of Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greeting. At this stage, I should hope the remainder is unnecessary. Thank you for letting me know. I'd much like to attend the festival. The repair should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? Yeah, we expect me to say. Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may be hard on all of us, but lifting the weights is tradition and joyous one at that. The float is fixed. The following friend would be glad to know that and will soon be underway. They will have to want us honor them with celebration. Do not let their loss deter us from it. Let's go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. The Hanu, we're pleased to hear the festival is going ahead, I imagine. That as well, once the friend returns, the lifting weeks can begin at last.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers. A commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out. But do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Will empty belly stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
This guy has like an American accent.
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana. The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Keshaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
Should I have left the float behind like that? I was excited to see the reeds. Yourself over my brethren have been swept by the festival's fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the tearing poles of the way back to the village. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you accomplished. Oh, my leg.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognized the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Kona!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Did I miss like how this works?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and
Okay,
problem
never mind.
solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You
Oh,
see, Lama,
shoot.
this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology.
He's working with Thancred and
Employed appropriately,
Urianger.
they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
So this is what they look like.
Don't lose it.
Set it in the tablet.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ikikana next season. As Dawn servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
It's so hard not to look at their clothing. It's so high quality compared to their like skin like texture technology.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
My journey has just started and already I met so many wonderful people. Look, Evu for one is a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultural as he is. More in my heart, see him honor his departed friend through Hana and help others do the same. I can't help but feel thinking that everything might be a course of the contest. Come on, let's go head back to Tire. Just like that, we found an Electra and wandered the first keystone. I knew I was right about your instinct. Come on, let's keep moving. March further. Pacha. Chances are good we'll find an Electra there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see the opportunistic Palu friend has to say. The approachable is waiting for your questions. I'm waiting for what feels like days and eaten out of Brook Evu's tacos to field an army. What it's like that you like to know. Main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Uruk Pacha, we depart from the Arc of the Dawn and take roads west. After the damage was wrought to the recent downpour, however, we'll do more stumbling and walking, but do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we'll have most dependable solution available. Come with me. God damn it. It's so far. And introduce you to the most dependable companion, the alpacas. These animals can traverse Pacha's steep mountains trails if they were gentle fiends, and while carrying heavy loads, our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much as the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Elorzia? Because are native to Yogg-Toroil. Elorzia has chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go through troubles of breeding another pack of beasts in a place where ill suits its qualities and where it's not needed anyways? We must ride these little monsters. I get an impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, being a little bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. What are they like to ride? Bred as mountains, inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. Really doing this then. Information useful to you? It was very helpful, even if I wasn't, I wanted to hear. Take my payment now. You want me to pay you? Guess I should have expected much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. I have value of acting, spreading joys through trade, as you should know. Take pride on making deals from benefit from both parties. A fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with third promise yourself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Man, what the fuck? We're here to help. And you're making us pay to help? Brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but I'll need. But if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkopacha, then that's what we'll do. Dang.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea.
Oh, damn. I drank out of the bottle.
Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Damn, that's a crazy mountain.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Toroil. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok.
That looks so weird.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch.
The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urcopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne. I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes.
Estinian will have a hard time here.
Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
This is it. Chupelo, home of the Pelu Pelu, Wok Lamat, should have arrived before us. That's not good. Come all this way for the right successor? Oh, that means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please. The outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate then I'm here to cloak woven from the especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment will look magnificent when draped over the shoulder of a budding ruler. So nation's ruler to dress her best with adoring people. Yes, finery is our finest, lady. That's right, come, Third Promise. Well-stocked shelves, but a few steps away. I like the sound of that. I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? When did you... a Shatona from far-off Zaktaral. Northern winters are a bit cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, but neither is this Third Promise, perhaps another time. Of course, my doorstop is always open. You're saying something about not being easily charmed? As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people living and bringing happiness through the trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrases, and unwilling customers like Lukmel fall prey on these affable approach and time to time again. Your only recourse is to clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight of the mind of the Pelu Pelu. Let us take Aaronville's words of cautions to heart. Insert the Dawn Severn's elector. Let's do what we came to do, find the elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then, Cryle, unless I will speak with the merchants. Pray investigate any establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn to aught of use, let us relay to the third promise. Dawn Servant's Elector. Thought you were face of the town. Here a right of succession. I take it me. I don't care much who sits in the throne as long as you keep Terrell peaceful. People tend to not move to relax. Super excellent mezcal once arrow spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, you like a club. Asking about the elector's business, but freshly returned to my trading room. I heard that there's a contest afoot. And you gotta keep refusing it. Electors, oh yes, I heard about the right of succession. They're looking for a new ruler of the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Roja. The first promise means we will look to expand our sphere of influence. That means more resources and more customers and thousands of column potentially. So many trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide, others than coming around on my way of thinking. So has I become crafting goods inspired by resilient sons. Would you care to purchase something? You said you wanted to know about the electors. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you no supporters of Zanja Zora's policies. Hello there, I'm Mob Blue. Did you have a question for me? Oh, any electors, should you take a moment to see your prize alpacas before you leave though? Be sure to admire from the respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darings would be tempted to spit on you. That's the head rancher that was mad at me for not giving a proper warning. Not to make a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. Among the bottle of mezcal and stacks of blankets, and then there was an enchanted ornament. I did manage to learn that Tobley's is the man to talk about the contest. Now, if they share where this head ledger of theirs to be found. So he's the head rancher? Well, Alpaca Ranch is not far from here. I say we pay a visit before the others return. That's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be out here somewhere. Can't let fear deter me. Not to say I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley, oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands to keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? I'd say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subjects. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easily enough, all I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we might think is Tobley. Just ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Yeah, we get back here to share our impression. Oh. Shouldn't have said that. You mean to find out for yourself, but who's Tobley is or an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Put him across the saw if I'm not mistaken, and be warned I'll probably spit on you if you startle them. I suggest keep your movement slow and deliberate. You think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I have to say is that village none has real more alpacas than I. Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her encouraged sharp instinct. Shall we commence the rite of the succession then? We're both done with her now. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicion, but let's see you pick. Seemed unconvincing to me, but if it's then that's who we'll talk to. What do you say? Hand over the coin. The truth is, I'm not even a ratch hand. I like to come by and watch the alpacas. Knew I should have gone with my gut on this one. Need to regroup and rethink this. Only way to find out. Make me happier than knowing her identity. How about we make a deal with you? I have money. And I agree to done and done as part of my bargain. I am not Tobley. I trusted you. The coin could have brought me 300 gourmet tacos. I can't let this taco tragedy distract me from what matters most. Wait, what if it's not none of these? Okay. improve a generous sum of coin. I am the Toby, great ledger of Wachu Pello and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Jaja's chosen electors. Place saga as we thought, though it took more coin than I would like to know for certain. Found out fair and square, Tobley. I'm glad that she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley. That's part of the test.
You're Tobley.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example! This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy,
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I have to go wash and nasty stuff. I think I got it, all of it. Mind talking the sniff out of me? Make sure the stench was ruined. My sense of smell. I saw that look. We should discuss the feats of gold. Allow help demonstrate. The valley alpacas are wary people. Getting close enough to catch one would not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I found enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect to wrangle a wild one? Proper saddle, we infuse the leather and relaxing scent that soothes the spinning beast. Wonderful, give me one of those then. Perhaps you forgot certain clans for merchants. If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pil in the thousands column. I mean 10,000 pil? I don't have that kind of coin. comes around 1 million or so. Perhaps if we all pitch in. I have that money. My feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. Dude, I have like over 500 of those. In that case, the basket of wool is worth the sum you paid earlier, and 1 pelt in hundreds column. With the wool, you can trade for whatever valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I could turn 100 pelts into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. 10,000 pelts, not 1 million, so we're looking for 100 times more. Panic, I got confused with alpaca, alpha million gil. Not sure about this trading idea. You almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. I hate it when you're right. Let me help you with your deal making. Blue, I work here as a ranch hand, and I also learned a lot about the peddler's profession. It's alright if you ate in now. I got it at a claimant's towards the first step of defeat if you have asked. As long as Willamette goes alone to capture her the alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Get this saddle then. Third promise. I don't know why you made an offer, but I could use an ally to break a bargain. Welcome aboard, Blue. It's not the rest to stay behind, perhaps. Maybe it's easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Blue gone, I'll need extra hands to tend for the alpacas. Although Fiona, I think you should go with Willamette. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over and surely have sage advice to share. In that case, you should hold on to the alpaca's wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. Leave my wools with Fiona anyways. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Something I can do for you? Come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch the wild alpaca. Saddle it is, and how would you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What does the saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cost the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. What might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup of a day's end while I inspect the finished work. Bring me a jug of a quality stuff and you got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then offer him has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. That stuff is valued 10,000 pounds more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who sees my business prosper. Will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my crafts for anything less than my asking price. I can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Though, with our grandparents' generation, remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wiklamat. The younger ones, those to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from those horrors and take peace now enjoyed for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave for future as second promise and visions. They become obsessed with innovation like dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced of the first promise plan for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Matt Blue? Aren't you the youngest generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. I was raised on the old tales. I memorized the accounts for what it was like to Yokhul's ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant to keep our nation from going back the way it was. Well then, I guess I better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal and saddlemaker wants is very expensive. Weren't they expecting to need 10,000 pells from the onset? And nothing changed. We just need to get on with it. We may not have a head for training or the stomach of alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Turiolos on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jog right away will only bring us failure and frustration, so let's try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. Find someone who needs alpaca wool and willing to trade it for a loss to acquire it. Supports your bid of the throne, for instance. Of course, the weaver, Loknok in his name, I believe. He went on his way to say he agreed for my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. This is the spot. After Bognok talked to us, we'll walk off to the south, and he was probably going to Ikluvlo's Inn. Most visitors of Huachupelo and end up staying there. Let's go check in, shall we? Can I have a that basket for you? See if we can turn a profit. Glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise. You wish to do business with me? May I ask what this is all about? See, so the goal is to turn the basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Only to invest in your efforts. Peace and Toro is all allows me to cross freely on the lands for my supplies. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Humbly offer this wool poncho, a small token for I paid to contribute to your victory. That is the fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pels in the hundreds column. It's very generous, Bolnok. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have very faith in you. Third promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. Can't believe you quintupled your investment in the first deal. First off, to the spectacular start. Because if you don't remember, Reaver fan, all I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, which is why you instinctively mastered. I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel ponchos and trade it for something even more valuable. Take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Enrail will never let me hear the end of it. All set. Next deal is waiting to be found. Trade 100 pel basket for a 500 pel wool poncho. Okay. Leveraging connection sounds like a strategy, but we will also consider supply and demand. An individual and urgent need of good poncho will offer more than a merchant supply, simply looking in stock his shelves. Makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They haven't had a fabulous sense of style. Nice sturdy poncho, but design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of its appeal. So only those people with a practical need would be interested. It's like an obvious answer, isn't it? We'll look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. There you go. We'll find the demand for a supply. Again, searching for prospective buyers. Any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here in the inn. We might there might be interested travelers. Needs poncho, a lot of Momolja wearing anything to begin with. If they have barred shoulders, Momoljas carrying arms can be stuck off the list. It's so dark. Probably dropped in to take between the patrols. His arm could be a Droppo courier. Yeah, I've seen them flying their wivers, and they those types aren't fond of excessive clothing either. No coats are close, but also no weapon. You You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress or lack thereof. Believe me, I was attacked by beasts on my way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat is not so lucky. A toolmaker from Turiolo and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. What a splendid poncho. This will be perfect replacement for my coat I lost. Part with it if you make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about of this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp. It's half well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. From 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Fine garment such put me at even footing with any Pelu merchant. Field hands to use a hatchet haven't the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tools I sold to you. No matter, I have wares to sell. Glad to have met you. Did you hear that? We already found our next buyer. To Meplu's mate, gardening we go. We should take alpacas. Well done recognizing the toolmaker for potential customers. If you have mind to change professions, take an excellent merchant. Steers herself to the right some of her next trading partners. Before we get moving, we should be one to hold this. I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Blue has so kindly provided. Let's mount up. You'll be fine. Those are the those are the ones accustomed to people. Still don't trust them. You have a knack for writing, no matter what you say. Rocker fan, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? I swear that mountain's too tall to be real. I'm guessing I'm supposed to see like a... I swear to God, I've come at like the worst times. Love working with alpacas. Becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help with taming saddles though, it'll be a proof that I can do this after all. In that case, best get ready for the merchant. We're almost there.
We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent alpacas back to the Kuvo's Inn. So we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were dropped by the Dawn servant, weren't you? Third promise? That I was. And perhaps you understand I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took the ranch's hand, actually. All of them? Everyone's worked hard to their chores, grateful to the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Here I am, the only one wanting to go off to be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things to your saddle, and we're prepared to feats of gold. As it's mate's harvest season, we can't have too many quality hatchets, and to that Woklamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. So over there, pass the hatchet to the third promise, and let's get to bargaining. See what we can get it for. The owner of these fields, I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Third promise, I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet, forged from a seasoned artist, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. Quality is acceptable, I suppose. I'll offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in thousands of columns. The same price as bring us cost no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress, it's harvesting season. If it's not, does not the demand for this hatchet afford of a higher value? It's indeed season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. The window for demand. In that case, we have to fall back on the connections. Think of it this way: it's a generous deals here will put you in the third promise's good grace. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second's promise. His innovation will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming. Will no longer have the need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Woklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. It is a given for a reason, but we ourselves will be no better off with the transaction. If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? I would. Until Koana's reforms come about, I can always use more hand in the field. And add labor to the bargain. It tipped the scales. How about I've forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? Off to the fields then, mind you. Pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Damn, this one was short. Brought me some leaves then. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how our companions fare before any decisions though. Here, we brought our share as well. Thank you, third promise. This is more than enough to hold up the end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine, adding value to your labor for the price of the hatchet. I'm going to offer you a full stack of your highest grade mate leaves. But one sack of these leaves will cost no less than 5 pells in the thousands column. I'll give it a good home. Talk to the contest aside. I'm glad we could come up to a mutually agreeable trade. What's wrong? It's as I was saying before, even after everything Tobly has done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I need your help after forgetting the basic rule of trades. How can I accept Tobly to accept my decision then? I can't. After getting a taste of real trading, I want to be a merchant more than ever. And you'll just have to be honest. I seek to follow my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and become a Dawn servant's happiness to be the best way to do it. I seek to follow my father. Oh wait. Live the life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobly held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right, it's better to find out for sure than worry about what might say. Thank you for your advice. But first, let's we have to saddle to buy. I want the success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves and say for something halfway to 10 for 1,000 pells. We'll go straight to the premium mezcal. Way to double the value, eh? I think you do it. I'll make this trade work. Third promise, you're holding your own against such strong competition. The throw is inspiring. Of course I am. I will climb out of Dawn's promise after all. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. has her eye on a jug of pretzel mezcal. Let's give the mates leaves. I don't need risk proving Aaronville's point. Our next shop is Mezcal's Distillery. I wanted to speak with the man with the name of Gobbly. Even among his fellow distillers, he is regarded as the master of his craft. He knows the value of his products, so we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth. We're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and asking in the gossip. To talk to people here in the distillery, Fioa, perhaps Wuklamat could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side to see if what we can learn. I'm a chef from Turiolo. I come here to buy Gobbly's Mezcal, the finest in Tyrol, according to my customers. He's always brings out a jug during our dealing. I can handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments, such conversation, else I might have to seriously consider our rearrangements. Might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has that he's been invited to a place of business negotiation if he's present himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, so he'll be laughed out of some perch. It's not much I can say about Gobbly, but I can tell you that Gobbly's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling about agave jaws. That's where the field they gather ingredients for the mezcal. The presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients and thus driven up the price of his products. Boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. I can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the things they love. So what did you find out? Oh, can we make use of those tidbits? The deal is good as sealed. See, there it is again, that line. As for me, I found out where Gobbly is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You can go ahead and I'll bring Wuklamat. There it is again. Why does it happen when it's just sitting there? Business with me, madame. Why don't we talk down below so not as to distract Alpacas from his work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for 3-year-old jug, a premium mezcal, assuring you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice, I must warn you, though. It doesn't come cheap.
We don't have Pell, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top grade stuff like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal, just like that. Still, I hate to send you an empty-handed. Why don't you sit and chat while over a cup of mezcal? A real bargain begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Let's hold on to that one. Oh. God damn it. It has to be this one. Treat your hospitality. I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of the regular customers, who Bing's chef, is the same. Seeing not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like a mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. You're right, absolutely. I had noticed a growing reluctance to the part of the who Bingo's friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you are off after. Do we offer to call the monsters, causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeves until we need it. As expected, you're aware, the rite of the succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Could it be that your rumored invitation to the place is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit, I'm still reeling to the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if you can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Wallach Shunsta. It would be such a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Would you... Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for it? You have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing in the introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his work are highly regarded in Turiolo. As supporter of Woklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you into selection of an outfit to fit his golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should take full advantage. But the scales aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't those monsters running amok in Agave's jaws? That's the problem we could easily solve for you. It would be most graceful if your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hire cell swords to clear them out. Factoring the saved expense and introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sounded bargain. Alright, let's have a deal. I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Fiona and I will take care of those prowling nuances. Let's use time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnok. The field you're looking for are just north of Wachupelos. Be safe.
should be agave jaws over there. Let's go. This will go faster if we split up. Come find me once you finish clearing out your shares of this pest. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Go get that right now. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, it was no challenge at all. Set back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Somewhere around here. These monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now you could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after the precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobly. Here to the mate leaves and written introduction to Buck Knock as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliment. You can finally have mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. One who inspired me to come this far, third promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Is it? You've driven the hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. And truth be told, I'm just a and for now, should I ever become a proper merchant though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held 10,000 pel jug for anything before. My hands won't stop shaking here. You better hold on to it until we get into the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped in and had to start all over again? Place is not far, we just need to head across the plaza. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Still in one piece, right? Time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug, but you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. Was inspiring trade with a gift of negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no compliment but Zorja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. Trade is a fair one. I'll craft your saddle. Third promise. Stay and wait if you like. I have to. I have all the requisite material, so this won't take long. The commission is ready. Catching the wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have to ease your time with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other works that needs fishing. I can taste the smooth mezcal already. Did it! Our saddle is ours. To think we started off with only 100 basket of alpaca wool. You're going to be an incredible merchant. Makes me so glad to hear you say that. Third promise. What we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Man, all that stuff for saddle. That did look like a nice ass saddle though. Oh yeah, I forgot that they were all like still working here. Acquire the saddle then. Yes, and thanks to those parts of Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring one to one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know, it's something I need to learn. Great. Sunken gods. I did it. Harley seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit. He was completely accepting Wuklamut's touch. Because of the singular scent with such which the saddle has been coated, alpacas find it soothing. You know, I've never taken a good look of one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zorja's, he's back. Holy shit, he got a glimmering one. He set out to do. There's it glowing. Heard tales of such beasts. They said the golden alpacas lives a solitary existence, keeping the valley, where he shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How you manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows it's better. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration how greatly the power of the first promise exceed yours, Wuklamot. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the golden city, and then Tyrol can remain at peace. An everlasting desire of peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horrors and the hopelessness firsthand. From prolonged conflict, the wages of war, merciless natures, these are what moved the clans to join the founding of Turiolo all those years ago. The younger generation of this village, since birth, they have basked in unbroken harmony, and the whole, they regard war not as a tragedy but an opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek the provided education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of the conquest as renewed appreciation for peacetime. It's true that the war's miseries breeds a longing for peace. I have seen in my own eyes what brings an empire forged through violence you propose. The rebellion is spawned and the ruins it left behind. The Gallian Empire is a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against the oppressors as well as they should. Men are not beasts. Only fools would seek to rule out all the threats of the force alone. This is why Gulo Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja. Why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, First Promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizon. He would unite not only Tyrell but the stars in its entirety. I need not explain myself to you. Well done indeed. The First Promise has completed the feats of gold with the opportunity golden flourish. May I present to you much deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. Ponder Zoraja and his mysteries later. Right now, I think about finishing the feats of gold. I have my saddle, practice how to use it, and while the Pakas roam. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we will seek Oklahoma off on our hunt. Oh, there's the mountain. I did not see it the first time because of the freaking fog. Where's this damn thing? Oh, it's up there. Might as well get it now. Oh, god damn it. This is taking a lot longer than it should be. I can do this. I know I can.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure
Jesus.
uncommon things for their employers.
Graphics so
Arundel
good.
specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Charlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known?
She still doesn't know what a gleaner is.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
The alpaca she tamed is healthy-looking beasts. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feats of gold. Still seem a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know it'll melt away fatigue like magic though, real tea. Run on the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you get your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. We're gonna have to pay for that, right? Wisely suggested we shall set a slower pace on our exhausted third promise. Where's the next closest one? Oh, that's too far. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I shall hurry along with the tea then. Will Clamart can't be that far behind. That tea is really magical. I feel better already. See, you've come more comfortable around our fuzzy friend. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas, what grasses and fruits they eat, the sounds they reacted to, the adorable little quirks. Guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Third promise, accompany the feats of gold, have you? No mistaking a Valley alpaca. Commend you on your success. Well done. I couldn't find the shiny one like Zoralja did. You'd surprised if you had. Golden are born but once every few decades. They're elusive, solitary creatures that's rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and majestic gift. I mean, only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulo Jaja himself. Papa is chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's story says. It was before the founding of Turiala, in a time when the mountain giants of Yokui held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, the forebears would ride their alpacas' mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and their tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulo Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to the Yokui in stature and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some troubled and feared, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Golo Jaja showed no such inclination. He sat and spoke with us, sipping the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None have anticipated that their visitor a decade into the next. Golo Jaja ascended to the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yokui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon the riders and proposed to take to the road to peddle beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was the few words from Gul Jaja transformed us into clans of inertiant merchants. Never heard of bond Papa forged with the Pelupeta spoken of that way before. The saga is not so detailed. not know that Gula Jaja sought the sure-footed guide for his trek up the highlands. Thus, did he capture the golden alpaca? So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of the creatures, while the ordinary one was best I could manage. Feat requires no more than that, third promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Hey, you're a perfectly wondered beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feats of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in the Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your siblings could have achieved the same results. You should be proud of the accomplishment which earned you and your keystone. Why does that look like shit compared to, like, everything else? Your way, third promise. You have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about Pelu's people and your customs. It seemed obvious, but I come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. Thankful to you as well, Wuklamai. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. Everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. This is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my awards lives filled with much happiness I could provide, yet never once I wanted that to be my only happiness, you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It's gladdened me to hear that you've found the calling you wish to pursue in such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one thing I can't help with. Third promise, you need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Trying to see if that line just randomly appears. They once far more of the Ukopacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were overlords of Yuktaral and all its people. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded in search of a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any traces of that fabled place. If they find anything that could, what could the Yokui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there is value in delving into how the legends originated. We lose nothing from asking questions. Besides, we're determined to follow the path of the saga. Revisiting the giants eventually. I have a question you've been meaning to ask since we finished with the feat. Where did you acquire that earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, piece like that first becomes fashionable in Yokotaro around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travels. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey, yet a dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to the significance than the simple fashion. No, I wonder if I just sit here, that line will just keep getting bigger. Hold on. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out, seeing that it's a regular seller of any merchant. I'm curious to learn about it myself. I appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, there's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Turiolo and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks to your help, I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside the best mezcal for the occasion. She has fearsome opponents that in that brothers of hers. She even brought a golden alpaca to heal. You heard Zaraja's supporter talk. They might see opportunity in his expansion ambition, but find the man himself intimidating, terrifying. As I've grown to love local Amat, everyone she meets will come to love her too. That's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Feels good to have a feast of gold safely on it, even if my victory pales beside Zoralja and his shiny golden alpacas. Shouldn't let it bother me, but God knows you've been so supportive, and I want it to be strong, wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. It's not likely that if standing here carrying on and about things, let's move on. Look at us, the contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. Woklamak is either to attempt the next feat. We now want keystones from both feats of reeds and feats of gold. Surely that means approaches the contest was the right one. Hold on. I'm gonna wait for that thing to pop up. I want to take a screenshot of it. Oh great. Now it's not popping up. Let's visit the giants next. Like Kyle said, the fact that they are searching for the golden city might mean they know something useful. The home of Yokui is the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we will have to take a long way around though. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we will need to take the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while passing through. Call the Moblins first. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The fights of the wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement collapse in the storm. What are we to do then? There's an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest the cabins to see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you exit any method of travel as long as you get to our destination. As your guide, I will see you to your arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time in our hands. Let us make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly and I took a swing at a cool Jaja. It reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of the Wachu Meki Meki and a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go then. The market of Wachumeki are to the east side of the Bayside Bevy. Oh, there's a triple triad challenge. This is Aunt Till's Tacos, named for its owner here. It's a lovely Tilsol. If you're after the best tacos in Turiolo, this place sits on top of the... You say that third promise, but you only ever eat old brew at Eve's food. Come on and buy mine for a change. Sorry, Tissel, it's been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop by once contest is over. My, the third promise. How may I assist you in this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. Need to buy a nasty nick of my... need to buff my nasty nick on my blade axe. Or axe blade. It's been chipped some quite terribly. Try to cleave rocks again, aren't we? Or weren't we? Something like that. I think you can fix it. Stand among Terrell's most prestigious gathering of artisans and asking this question, it's child play. We'll have to repair you to 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. Leave it to the capable hand. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Viola, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. Oh my god, I accidentally double-clicked. I brought her to meet you. Actually, she might have reason to visit Wachimeki sooner or later. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Oakley, humble representative of the Great Center of Trade. A pleasure to meet you. Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Seen that man somewhere before. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember you spoke to him too. I'm not even gonna bother with pronouncing his name. When loitering in, like a flightly admirer, he can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it. Why are you here? That is to say... we're no closer to solving the enigma. I wonder if you could use someone to talk to. Say we go and ask. Let me know by link Pearl if you find him first. Oh wait, let me get this first. What? You were conversing with Master Roleplay, but wait, we've met before, haven't we, on the ship? Found him. Good. I'll be right there. Why you run off like that? Did you have business with Roleplay or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affair. I'm under
underservings of such attention. Or undeserving. What are you talking about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain, do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You're too kind, so be it. I suppose I can share you the morsel of my misery. Before I came to Toriolo, I worked as a goldsmith on the most prestigious jewelry maker of all of Oda, Sham Aesthetics. Oh, I started off well enough, but the days passed. Everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubts had possessed me, and the veneers of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find fresh beginnings of new shores. Yes, yet, as you witness, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before the man walling in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then. You offered a morsel, then deserve us a full course. Must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then you have experience with my predicament, or feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniable superior peers. There's that line again. I want to take a screenshot. Oh, it just got bigger. I wonder if that's my video card. But it only happens in cutscenes. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Of course, you member of the royal family, please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? This shit is so not cool. You can measure your worthy by success of others. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was my point of my becoming a goldsmith? Look at me relax. My father, who inspired me to take up the trade, his exquisite creation brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admire him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be a great goldsmith, that says, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted to do was spread joy through my crafts, as he did. Perhaps I'll give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me what is truly important. What is truly important? It doesn't appear when I'm just sitting here, right? Oh, sorry, Phil. I didn't mean to ignore you, but yes, I'm glad to see giving himself another chance. Lamont wonders how fortunate time is getting on. Can't help but to wonder if Fortunate will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. Kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. There it is again. It just appears out of nowhere. Oh look, discoloration now. I'm gonna try to wait it out and see what happens. Why is this happening? It happens here too. My name is Forgitane, and I'm the goldsmith from Oda in the faraway Eorzea. Realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here at Bachu Meki Meki. If you have me, I'll only have the opportunity to bring happiness to others in my creation. So that's what it's about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachimeki is always in need of a skilled craftsman and woman. Handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were, had you not come to speak with me and when I had the moment of need of self-reflection. Arrangements have been made. Come meet me at the entrance of the high tide harbor. I almost forgot. Do you have an axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of the Wachimeki artisan. Sharp as deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Good luck to you, Forjantane. Let me know if you had doubts creep back in. I'd be happy to talk to you out of it. As for us, we should head to the harbor. We just want to keep Aaronville waiting. Enough with this secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? That is my big plan. What is that? It's a punity. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do we know she won't just trash and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless we give her a reason to. First, alpacas not punutis. They're relying a lot on animals on this journey. Should be thankful we even have experts on our guide then. But do we have to be an old did it have to be my old nemesis, another boat? Well, I took you for someone who was up for a challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozama-uka rode their riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use of Tyrell now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilot warned me of the updraft near the falls would make a landing difficult. You said borrow ones, yet there appear to be several on the water. Koana. I travel up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does that mean you earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you managed it despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends! It's been, well, not that long. Banker, Ariandra, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise, same as you. much of the incomparable archons during my time at the studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit my cause. I contacted the scholars who arranged the introduction to these two gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. And thus Thancred and I received the summon. My own studies concentrated on technologies which our people could really use, such as invention born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A nation of Triolos spans an entire continent. Despite on who wins the throne, the world may plunge into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place? It's not here and now. We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Uriandra at times, but it's surprising. That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. I have one question before you leave. Koana are vying for the throne. That's Koana entourage. Does that mean you're resolved to defeat this opponent, including us? We're sworn to do all our powers to win this contest for Koana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same, as expected. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking the boat. If you ever have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation of leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats, but I trust my route Erenvel has chosen for us. Leave the handling and annuity to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty in keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away as far from the boat as possible. Shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up in front of Erenvel just in case. I like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. I'll keep Erenvel company then with my blade I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphanol. Damn, Alphanol, you're gonna let her say that? Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of the way. I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. To cover most eventualities, secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Let the hunt begin. Oh shit. It's a dungeon. I guess I might as well. Damn, that's kind of cool. It's like a hat. Forget we're also on the we have company. Room for some rain, it seems. I wonder how they're gonna do like exploration mode on this. Is that Baloo ahead of us? Be ready for anything. Come closer, we have something for you. Oh shit. it's not going to plan, we'll have to improvise. The harness. See you upriver if you can make it that far. Accompanying our boat was a cowardly move. Tell me you can make repairs. Oh, here's that boss. Wow, this is the first boss? Oh, what is this? Damn. They're here too. They took this route too. Yeah. Oh, you finished streaming? There's like some graphical issues that I'm experiencing. It's like this, there's like a... I think you were here earlier when I saw it, but it keeps happening only during cutscenes. Damn, look how good this game looks now. That's crazy. It's like the vibrancy and all that. The contrast, the vibrancy, and everything. Okay, I don't know what this guy does. Holy shit. Now there's like some impact. Instead of it just doing damage. Dang, look at this. That looks so nice. What the hell are you? Guessing that's gonna be the final boss. Damn, what the hell? Wait, so what happened?
Oh, what the fuck? All right.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Man, we fought like 4 large monsters.
Hey! Everyone all right?
I was worried those caverns are traversed and dug by York in search of gold. Remnants of the excavation be found throughout this region. With the lesson, so wise guy, we are all landing on the boat anytime soon. Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only to look ahead. Falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now let me off. Are you okay? Are you not? Or are you not? Should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. The mountain shelter nearby, a rest spot for those who ascended the stairs. That shall you make use of it. That'll be a welcome reprise. Have you the strength for a short walk, Woklamak? We can rest along the way too. Promise is meant to lead from the front, not meow and moan like a sick kitten.
You know, that's something that you just gotta get used to. By keep going on the boat, throw up, and then you'll eventually get used to it. Ignore me, it's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on, I'll follow. But if I may say one thing, because you're a promise or a claimant of the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But Kryl, the skill all leaders require. You as well. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. As long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. I've long felt that I could ever tell anyone that I was confused or hunting, that admitting the weakness would bring Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. Oh. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We need a cook fire, and there's a meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
so our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
Why do you want the throne?
Why? Because my father built a nation where everyone can live in peace, and I want to keep it that way. I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love.
Oh shoot,
about
it's already
Tulihiola
4.
and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamat, but you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends. Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alize on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Man, I bravo the voice actor for this guy. For a long time, being able to speak like that, so much flow.
Indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Bardessian. And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If she's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlian innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach. But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawn Servant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Where are they at?
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant. Such titles mean nothing. I neglected to mention, when I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay.
The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all.
I wonder if the house cat is dead yet.
Be a shame to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliyollal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that?
We care only about the contest and proving our superiority.
That would surely please Mother and Father.
Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city.
Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet, somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind.
My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed siblings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been drifted off my chest. I can take full breaths at last. I don't want to cumber myself like that again. I want it to be better. Will be better. Self for my people. Cool. I forgot. Did I attune here? I forgot if I did or not. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here for now. How long have I been live? Damn, 7 hours. Okay.